Just talk to me. So to the police and the investigators watching, and the attacks and stuff that were planned, I want you to take note of what they're kind of doing to the stream here. And all I have to do is flip it like this. Let's see. And then this person constantly comes back to cause these issues, if you see here. So it gets smooth. If I just keep it like this, if I just keep switching it, it gets smooth. But if I just keep it here, essentially it's a broken stream where they've started fucking up the stream. See how it's all stuttering around. See? But if I just do this, it's fine. Just like other things where like you're trying to cause something to draw too much power and make a mistake or something like that, and then it makes that mistake. Like essentially this person that's trying to figure out how to weaponize this, they didn't know how to do any of these things until they started doing it with people like me that are just telling them what's happening, as they sort of listen through microphones, as they talk to other people about it, and they learned that all they have to do is screw around with stuff that nobody knows how to figure out, and then make them kind of look like it's just like, you know, not actually happening. You see how all I have to do is sit here and flip it back and forth a whole shitload of times and it'll never get stuttery. But if I stop, just wait. Basically the whole stream is broken now. So like nothing will ever fix this. Even as he sits here and he tries to back it out, I'm pretty sure he can't fix it either. He's actually essentially broken the stream for good. However, you see how stuttery it is? All I have to do is sit here and do this. See? There's nothing Is literally all I have to do. And we proved that this person could never do this if we streamed privately. If I sat here and I did a stream privately, we proved it never happened a single time. We proved that they couldn't do it. They physically couldn't make this happen. So that, isn't that interesting? I think that should be proof enough, but if we're going to have to spend the rest of the day proving something, then we will. Because, again, I'm going to stop switching so you can see again. I've proven this before with that exact method and nobody paid attention. I'll switch it again. Okay. And you see, the point was it happened after I started driving. The point that they're gonna try to make you think it's happening because the connection would cut out or something. No, like I have like so high connection right here, and now they're backing out, but they can't back it out. So the point is, like, they wanted you to always think it had to do with connection and driving around and stuff, but they're just using that as a crutch. Really, what they're doing is they're just screwing around and breaking it and trying to get me to react. So that way there's some type of reaction, and then eventually it eventually blows up on me in all these different areas. Basically, it's what they did to my game, what they did to Elden Ring, what they did to my YouTube channel, what they're doing to my cell phones, to even my mom's cell phone. Literally, like, this is what I'm talking about. Like you see, all it takes is like a few seconds like this, and it's back. Yes, my mom's cell phone, yes. They're doing it to hers, too. It has nothing to do with the streams. It has everything to do with the fact that they're sitting here and they're listening to her and me when we're literally not, you know what I mean? Like, when, basically, they want to be able to listen all the time. They're sitting here tapping the phone, trying to listen to everything. So this is why we always assumed, again, police involvement, because all around the police lying and about the previous investigation, they lied several times to frame somebody, and not only that, all around my mom too, like where they were trying to discredit her, discredit anything she's saying. Meanwhile, this is also happening to her. And also, if you'd like, I could show you the stuff that they lied about in the court case. So in the court case, they sat there and they lied in the court, saying that there's like pornographic pictures hanging in my my living. I'll show you these pictures. I'll show them to you. It's literally a picture. Well, I'm not going to show you the other family member, but it's the equivalent to. I'll show you mine. Yeah, it's literally just me sitting there as a young kid, and all you can, like, I'm literally sitting there in a pool outside, playing in a kiddie pool with no shirt on. That's it. That's it. That's the extent of the pornographic. And they lied in the court saying there was porn. No, I'm sitting outside playing in a fucking kiddie pool. And you don't see all these lies? These people just lying after this? Lies, lies, lies. Oh, you're gonna lie in a courtroom? I'll show you the fucking picture that they're talking about. I can show it to you right fucking now. We can drive home and I will literally show you this fucking picture. I'm not going to show you the other one because the other one involves, I'd ask that person if you want, but it's equivalent. It's literally like a young kid playing outside or something wearing swim trunks and you snap a picture. Yep. And this is what they lied to convince the jury and stuff like that. Like all the lies that they were using and shit like that. This is what they did. Okay. Yeah, let's do it. I'm gonna get my Monster Rio poncho here. This has been a long time coming anyway. These assholes just lie. Ooh, it's a serviceman. Thank you for your service, sir. So basically, while this is doing this, I need to do this or it's going to draw too much power. What this does is it also causes the device to use too much electricity. And the person doing it knows this. They know that it draws more of your battery, de-optimizes the stream, kicks people out of the stream, and also lies to YouTube about whether or not the stream is actually fluctuating bitrate or not. So therefore, YouTube cycles people out of the stream, thinking that there's some sort of thing wrong with the connection, but actually there's not. There's just this person doing this. Right now, my bitrate is at complete max. And basically, they were for a while creating a scam where it would just cycle to halfway, and then not even get to halfway. I was telling you guys about this. They did this when I was e-biking that one day, where I can prove, if you'd like, where we can just simply drive around and you can see I have full 5G, full bars, full connection and stuff like that. Yeah, so basically, my mom has these pictures of, us, how you get a living room, and they're just pictures of us, that we're aware of, that we're like, yeah, that's cool. And, we've walked past them many times, looked at them, talked about them with other people, they've looked at them. Yeah, it's the sort of thing where, like, out of context, it sounds a certain way, but that's sort of what they're counting on, literally, like, like I said, it's like the Avengers in before Endgame and Infinity War and, like, in Civil War, where they split everybody up. It's literally, it was a scam. They literally just worked with the people that framed us to split us up and learn how to do it. Like, these cops that did this are fucking scammers. They literally just lied. And then they took, like I said, what they did was they took a statement or whatever, and then the cop that they kept saying was there at the day of the trial, apparently my mom kept telling them, that's not the cop that took my statement, and they kept saying that is. Like, they kept lying and just saying it is, and just overriding what she was saying. So, like, basically, like, there's, like, this huge scam where it just seems like everybody is trying to, like, discredit the two people that are backing this person up because he didn't fucking do anything. And that's it. That's, like if you follow it logically, that's all that makes sense, is that literally, like, somewhere along the way, these assholes just became scammers and started screwing around with me and my mom. And other people found out, they started lying and telling people, like, lies and just making shit up, like the pictures and stuff like that, probably to get people to reveal information or something like that. Meanwhile, none of that's true. Who knows what they fucking said to manipulate information around and stuff like that. Like I said, I had a very rude asshole detective come to my house and try to question me about something that literally, first of all, he came there, he didn't tell me why he was there. He just showed up and started asking me questions. Literally didn't tell me why he was there. He showed up at like 8:30 in the fucking morning. I just gotten out of the shower. I didn't tell me why he was there. And again, just started asking me really awkward fucking questions. And, it's like, what is he, like, even what is this about? Like, literally, I was so fucking confused. And then, like, after, like, basically, the whole point is that I don't want to fucking talk to this stupid asshole because he doesn't understand how many times they fucking lied. Like, how many times they literally lied in the past and said, oh, yeah, this person did this, and this person did this, and then later just fucking took it back. You know how many fucking times they did that? They just lied and said something, and then just took it back later. So, again, like, that's all this was, and some fucking asshole cop just like became just decided to like incriminate, like I've been saying, and started following this and started lying and just making shit up and started getting aggressive about it and got a judge to I don't know, maybe manipulated a judge or something like that. I don't know, lied to. I don't know. I think that these assholes just lied to a bunch of people and told them stuff that to them, like I said, they're spying. They're in the other day because my mom got attacked. Do you remember that? Yeah. And they didn't respond. Do you remember that? Remember when I told you I called 911? And 911... No, not the dispatcher at 911. The police dispatcher for this Pennsylvania State Police audibly irritated and upset with me over the phone and didn't how I was investigate or any ability to investigate you in the sense that you were correct or incorrect in that scenario. Chief starts noticing that this person has a history of this, where other people are starting to report this guy now. I think there's more doing it than you think. We're gonna start getting to the bottom of this, and I'm gonna just literally start telling you. It's literally just gonna be that simple. The song could have stopped at any point. Oh, seriously? What the heck? What is that? Okay. We're gonna sell this. Nothing has really changed about this room in years either. Like, literally nothing. Let's see. Need a light. There we go. I gotta flip around. I think they will scan this so that I can't. Yeah, I can't flip it around. They're trying to make it so that I can't. See, I literally can't flip it around. They're scamming it so that I can't flip it around. Notice, do you remember how I said that this is sort of what they do? If they know I'm going to do something. And then as soon as I talk about it, see how it works? As soon as I talk about it, it literally works instantly. All right, here we go. So remember how I said this is the picture that supposedly that all these this defense lied about. They fucking just literally said there was porn hanging. Oh yeah, they have pictures. Pornography of their kids, hanging in the living room is what they tried to say. But there was pornography hanging in the living room. Just hanging up right in the living room for people to see. As if people wouldn't have reported that, too. I mean, that's fucking ridiculous. But alright. Here we go, guys. Here it is. Ready? Ready? Here it is. Oh. Porn. Yep. Porn. Guys. Porn. Like, are you kidding me? Are you kidding? Again, there's a kiddie pool. There was many pictures taken that day. This was just the one that got framed. Yep. And right there, I'm in a kiddie pool, like, you know, like playing with like an outdoor like garden hose. And I'm sitting in a pool with shorts on. You just can't see the shorts because of the angle of the picture. Yep. And this is what they're trying to say. Yep. This is, and again, the other one is comparable. Of the other male sibling. Again, it isn't my business to post a picture of them, so I'm not going to, but it's comparable. It's the same type of thing. Yep. And this is what they fucking lied about. That. Yep. Wow, right? What a joke. Yep, what a joke. So now you know. Now you know that the Pennsylvania law system, now you understand that the Pennsylvania law system is a fucking joke. And the whole point that I've been trying to make is that somebody is sitting here fucking around with my streams, using every little fucking thing that they possibly can as a reason. I'm sure it first started with some sort of fucking stupid bullshit about me, you know, like oh, he's in the hot tub. What's he doing in there? You know, or something like that, right? Like, there's just some stupid shit like that. This is what they do. Yeah, guys, I got news for you. You know, as you already know, when I'm sitting in the hot tub, I'm sitting in the hot tub. And again, we're literally talking like 90% of the time I'm sitting in there, other than the other times that I'm, I guess, pondering, thinking, you know, getting feedback from the AI. You guys know this. We've done this countless times now. Yeah. And so, like, you know, this was the, you know, we saw a little bit of detrending with that initially, where it was, like, obvious somebody was trying to cause some sort of problem for that, trying to lie to some people. You know, like, it's always something. You know, this is the shit they lied about. That's been hanging there since I don't even know fucking how long. That's been hanging there. Yep, those are the pictures. There's no other pictures. There's that one, and then there's another one, like I said, comparable to that. The other pictures, everybody else, it's literally just portraits. Normal fucking portraits. Normal portraits. Like school-looking pictures. Yep, that's it. Yep, so because you know, I liked to play outside in a kiddie pool when I was younger, and they took pictures of that, and one of them happened to be that good. You saw how cool that picture was. That's a good picture. Yeah, hell yeah. Did you see them Billy Joel curls? Did you see that shit? Did you see them baby blues? That's a good fucking picture of me. Why wouldn't you frame that? You've got to be kidding me. Jesus Christ, people. Yep, that's it. This is what we lied about. Yeah, I'm sure all these people read all this nonsense about all this shit. Yeah, that's those are the pictures. Now you know. Now you know how fucking ridiculous this whole stupid thing is. It's so fucking stupid. And the reason that they started fucking around with my streams conveniently when they did is because all I did was came on here and said a whole bunch of assholes came to my house and arrested somebody for absolutely no reason. Yep, because I told the truth. Yep. And, there was like about fucking 20 fucking cop cars, I gotta be honest with you. You are literally a cult, you are a gang, you are a terrorist group. If instead of noticing that cops are attacking a family and incriminating them, because of things that aren't true, you help other fucking cops incriminate. This is literally what every single one of them did along the way. And not only that, a long while back, when one of these liars rammed my mom's head against a sewing machine like 20 fucking times or so, and her ears were fucking bleeding, those cops that were out of their jurisdiction responded to that call and came to this house. Yeah, let's get it all out there. These fake, phony, bullshit cops that responded that weren't supposed to, because again, they were local cops. Yep, and local cops do not respond to this house. Nope, and they know that. Yet they responded, and they responded to a domestic call and proceeded never to take somebody to jail while responding to a domestic call. Yet somebody's ears were fucking bleeding. So you could have done something about this and stopped the pattern of behavior a long time ago, but instead you enabled it. You did nothing. And then liars secretly plotted. Yeah, that's all they did. They secretly plotted. And you taught people how they can sit here and they can use people's weaknesses and stuff like that, to play victim and to lie. Yep. So again, it shouldn't go unnoticed. When people linger around and start looking at like cars and stuff like that. Yeah, and then weeks later, yeah, who are you trying to fool? And meanwhile, everybody sits here and everybody makes every goddamn fucking excuse for people that are just lying. Yep. Porn! Totally! Except it's not. It's that simple. Even YouTube systems didn't detect anything weird. Not even a single thing. Isn't that funny? Wow, imagine that. It's kind of amazing. And I'll bet you if you would ask anybody whether or not that is, they would probably agree. No. Wait, that's the picture you were saying? Wow. And suddenly you start realizing certain lawyers and stuff like that might, work with the state. and make shitloads of money off of incriminating people and lying, you start learning might be fucking criminals. Yep, and that's what you start to learn, is that certain lawyers that work with the state and, literally sit here and lie like that and exaggerate like that all under oath. They take that bar exam, they do everything that they're supposed to do in the beginning, but meanwhile, this is how they conduct their career. And then you see what happens. You see the disgusting result of the Pennsylvania justice system. Yep. So who the fuck are you? You sit here and you lie during these court proceedings multiple times. Lying. You lie to this jury. Meanwhile, the jury is just acting on the evidence that they're presented with. Except if you lie and you give things that aren't true, and you make people believe there's pornography and shit like that just hanging up. Yep, just hanging up. Gee, it's no wonder. Yeah, it's almost as if all these people found out little details about the case and they started harassing my family believing the details, which is exactly what these people wanted. It's almost like that. And then just like that, I can show you clearly one of the details, at least, that I can show you just right now, instantly, is very clearly and obliviously false. Just completely 100% false. Wow. Meanwhile, stalkers are doxing our address all over this platform for an entire year. And YouTube doesn't do anything, even though we were reporting it. Meanwhile, YouTube, for some strange reason, thinks that my address is another one of my family members' address, basically indicating that that family member is scamming me and stealing all of my YouTube revenue, saying that I live there. So I have news for you, YouTube. If that's the case, I do not live there. And I went to great lengths to show this to you. So the whole point was that the towns around here, when you ping a location, it ain't accurate. It is not accurate. It is not. It gets it sort of close. And the towns around here are geographically very large, but nothing in them. Ain't nothing in them. You won't know a town exists. There's all these little towns you have no fucking clue it exists. So, again, I know you think that somebody, I do not live in New Holland. This is not where I live. You know where I live. It was doxed all over your fucking platform for a whole year. That was my address. Still is. So, again, you knew this. You knew this was going on. And again, like I said, I do have reason to believe that somebody is running a change of address scam here. Now, I came on here and I said this. And then some other fucking scam baiter acted like a fucking douchebag. He went on there and he acted like he trolled the fuck out of it. He acted like a total douchebag. No, the point is, you tell the truth. You don't sit up... somebody is literally sitting here counting on this. They are counting on some. I start doing the thing I should have done in the first place. No. The point is, the only thing I was ever, the only problem I ever had was being too truthful. Scammers get truthful people. That's how they get you. Duh. Everybody knows that. So to that irresponsible, messed up scam baiter that wants to troll everything, that's how they got me initially. A long fucking time ago. We're talking 10 plus years. None of this has anything to do with me. It has everything to do with everything I said in the beginning, yet tried to mask it with other things. And you could have paid attention. You could have done something, realizing that this person probably is a huge threat, and probably is a huge threat to not just me, but many other people, and is scamming people day in and day out. And this is what you do. You help old people too. Meanwhile, this is exactly who they're scamming. Yep. Holy shit. And it's just going on, and every fucking time this happens, maybe you troll it a little bit and tell the person that's doing it that you're kind of not really helping out at all. So they just lean in. Yeah, they just lean in more, knowing that you're not doing anything except trolling it. Yep, because they know that you're not on to their trail, so they just lean into it and get deeper in. The whole point that I was making is that the times when I'm yelling about stuff, I'm getting exaggerative and stuff like that, this is when you're supposed to fucking pay attention. You were supposed to do what you're supposed to do. Well, if a scammer does that, don't you pay attention? Isn't that the point? Well, that's a pretty fucked up scammer if he has that reaction to that. Yeah, so you pay attention a little bit more, right? So then, if I'm doing this and reacting this way, and then I proceed to be further harassed after having this reaction, what the fuck is wrong with you where you wouldn't look at that? You wouldn't see somebody down on their luck and then somebody else many times over and over taking advantage of that situation. You wouldn't see in broad daylight a scam and a shitload of them. You're blind as a bat then. No, I think you did. I think you just trolled it. Yeah, except it's police and judges and lawyers. It ain't so funny. I tried to tell you how serious it was, but you trolled it. You really think that you actually thought. And I agree. I know why. Yeah, it's because there's another asshole related to me, probably. We'll just say probably, that maybe convinced some other people. I don't know, maybe he was involved somehow and he knows it now. And now maybe he went around convincing some other people that, it wasn't that big of a deal or something like that. This is what this person does. Yeah, this is called pouring gasoline on a fire. This is what this person does. This person knows that I'm responsible, and they're not. This person knows that I have always had a job, and I've sometimes worked even 2 jobs, just to make sure that I'm staying afloat and that I feel okay and secure. This person knows that for while I sat here and struggled day in and day out just to make ends meet for myself and always make sure I had my food taken care of, my gas taken care of, I could take care of myself without leaning on anybody else for the long time I did that in my life. While I was doing that, this person knows that they were leaning too much. They were using. They were just doing nothing. They were lazy as fuck. And so now this person is that scammer where now they don't ever want to feel like they were wrong and for this to ever come back on them, because they know that there's some very easy, obvious facts about them that can prove that they've been lazy for a long fucking time and have never really even amounted to anything, really. You know, like just a huge, long history of pretty much just doing nothing. But not me. Nope, no, I literally had a business, I ran a martial arts school, I went to college for a little bit, I had all these jobs. This is the point. You know, I was always active in doing things and basically on the go, in and out. And then this person sat here for like 10 plus years doing nothing. That's why they're doing this, because they don't want to look like the one that was sitting here while certain other things were going on, yada, yada, yada. There was nothing going on. Stop being a douchebag and letting other people fucking manipulate you because you're stupid. Stop being stupid in the first fucking place. Jesus Christ. Yeah, just own up to it. Literally just fucking sat there. Yep, alright, big deal. Nobody fucking cares. Yep, and a good fucking portion of the time, you're plugged into video games, you ain't paying attention to shit. You don't have a job, you're just sitting there. So meanwhile, yeah, we should start to put two and two together and see the thing that a certain somebody has done to try to feel better about themselves, all while sitting here and disrespecting somebody else's hard work and somebody else's life and somebody else's well-being, disrespecting them as a person, just as a whole. Never mind all those years that I earned as an instructor, as a martial artist. Never mind you knowing firsthand and seeing. Never mind that. Oh, that's right. We're too busy feeling jealous about these things and could never admit it. So this is thus we have problems in a modern day where like adults that didn't ever fucking amount to anything sit here and fuck around with people because they're jealous of things. And it all comes back to that schoolyard thing I always told you about. There's definitely always somebody that sat here and tried to take advantage of my situation behind the scenes. There's always been that one person that always did that. And don't you worry, I'll just go ahead and tell everybody about every single fucking time you ever did it. Yep, that's all I'm going to start to do. Because of what you did. That's all I'm going to do. Yep, that's all I'm going to do because of what you did. And now, all you're going to do is sit here and continue to screw around with things because that's what you do. You know that you're the one doing it. You know that you're doing it so that way you can sit here and you can, like, harass somebody and go, see? Yeah, you're the piece of shit. Yeah, and then meanwhile we'll come on here and we'll tell everybody how you got your ass kicked. And so since you were a dweeb, what you would do is you would just kick my ass. Yeah, so basically, because you couldn't kick anybody's ass at school, you would come and kick my ass. And meanwhile, you never actually had any solution to this. You never actually had, you literally never fucking were honest with anybody about any of these things. I have a feeling that when you go to therapy and you feel justified with yourself, you sit there and you talk to your fucking therapist, literally lying the entire, you just tell lies the whole time. I bet you sit there and you tell an entire fucking story that never happened. And I'll bet you make it up, the whole, literally, every little fucking detail. Just like you used to do with somebody else, lying about this, when you were younger and you used to lie about these women and stuff like that you were never with. When meanwhile, all you were doing was just sitting in your fucking room. And you would, you're good, you, make up these fucking stories, you just compulsively lie and you can't help it. But this is it. This is the point. This is the truth that needs to come out. You can't help the fact that you're a goddamn compulsive liar and you just blurt things out that aren't fucking true. And they cause problems. And then you just continue lying about it. I didn't lie. So that's the issue. And then meanwhile, police that are corrupt, lawyers that are corrupt, judges that are corrupt, will use this. They'll see it. They won't do real police work. They'll be like, well, he's lying, but we're going to use it. Yep. None of it'll add up. Yep, they'll ask multiple people will say the same thing, but they'll get one lie. So then suddenly what they'll have to start doing is, oh, that's right, this other officer took a statement that this other person said this, so what we'll do is we'll just create a clever scam where we switch the officers at the court hearing so that way it's actually just a different person, and that way nobody's actually technically lying. Because he wasn't actually there, actually asking the question. He was just pretending to be the other guy. So, this is the point, it's really obvious that people just fucking lie, and they make shit up, and then other people just start believing. Based on made-up shit. And did you know you can hack security cameras? Yep, if you want to blow up a car and hack a security camera and remove that footage remotely, you can easily fucking do that if you know what you're doing. So, again, to the fucking retards that sit here and don't investigate anything, I'm sorry, but you just look really fucking stupid to me day in and day out that you go, well, I guess it's just the same thing it always is. Let's just go ahead and call it a day, guys. Put out the fire. Yep. Well, let's feel good about a good hard day's work because, it's just the same shit every day. There's nothing new happening yet. Wow, more fires. More explosions, stuff's on the increase, whatever. We're not going to do any real policing. We're just going to let it go on. Day by day, it's just going to increase, and we're going to use the excuse that there's, there's just more people around and stuff like that. No, people are a civilization. They're a society. They're civilized. What the fuck is happening? Yeah, that's what you should say. That's your job. Protect, serve. Yet every single day I can sit here and I can become more informed than 90% of the average person. And I really truly believe that about 90%. Informed. Politically. technologically. These two things are so important. Nobody else is doing it. They're looking at Google instead of using DuckDuckGo. They're looking at Google and they're looking things up with their paid service that intentionally removes anything that would show them an article that says Donald's wrong. So they just never find anything. Or anything really that would be that service that he probably created, that his people created to scam you, is taking all these kinds of things out of your search results, and you just aren't even informed anymore. It's brainwashing, and then slowly it becomes that thing that North Korea turns on every morning. Like the programming. No. You need to recognize when somebody is logical and somebody's been saying it for, these things have been going on for X amount of time and have been. Can I ask you something? If my mechanic is doing their job, and they look at the car every day, they know things are going okay with it, yada yada yada. Why is a car going to blow up? We have these state inspections, we have all these things, yet a car blows up. And you're going to use this excuse that it blew up, just this, dismiss it, this. Well, that's what they want. They want that quick dismissal. They want, great. Now we can go blow up 3 other cars, and we know, that the police are just going to dismiss it as, this. That's what they're saying to themselves. That's what they're saying. They're saying, well, great, now we can go blow up some more cars, and we can just count on the police saying it's just this, and dismissing it. Because they won't really do an investigation. And so, this is what you have to be concerned about. You have to be concerned about them manipulating that. That has insurance scam written all over it. So does the thing where my mom hit some dude in a tractor that was in the middle of the road because he turned in front of her. And then the police deemed it their fault. And all these people on the farm where she got hit literally were saying threats. Were making threats at her. They threatened her life. And then when the cop showed up, he wouldn't take that statement. He flat out told her to shut up and sit in her car. He escalated. He didn't de-escalate. And meanwhile, this same cop then proceeded to impound a car that was drivable, and we had to pay over $1,000 to get it back, even though it was drivable, and I proved that. Yeah, I literally used the stream to show that I could drive it back and forth in the driveway. Nothing fell off of it. Everything lit up okay. And this cop was an asshole. Impounded it. And even told the impound lot we weren't allowed to drive it out of there. We had to tow it to my house. So we had to actually... Yeah, all that. Just because this cop's a fucking piece of shit. He did all that wrong. Didn't take my mom's statement. Didn't even want to listen to her when we showed up to the police station. They came outside. They wouldn't even let her in. Then, again, like I said, deemed it undrivable even though it was. I proved it was drivable. I literally drove it back and forth on the driveway. It was mostly body damage, and we did fix it up. Yeah, we got it all fixed up. There's record of it. And then conveniently the car blows up and is set on fire. Oh, and the police just, they determined that, nobody did it. And meanwhile, this is a very short time it took them to determine this. A very, very small amount of time. There was nobody there investigating after the fact. By the time I got there, every single person was gone. Imagine that. So to you, being an FBI agent, and this is your job, internal affairs or FBI, yada, 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 wouldn't you consider that a lead? Wouldn't you consider that interesting? I think I'd consider that enough information to be fucking interested. Not only that, including all the other fucking times that around here, all I'm doing is minding my own business, driving down the road, and some jackass comes flying up down the road, swerving around all over the place, driving too fast. Meanwhile, all around this, police aren't doing anything. You see that once in a while, if it's under the jurisdiction of the state police, you actually do see them respond a little bit. And I saw a couple of Chester County police take a positive response to this, where they simply just showed up to the area a little bit more. Imagine that. A citizen reaching out to the community because he's concerned, and the police show up more because they appreciate this. Wow! Huh. A positive reaction. Wow! And then you notice I don't spend a whole lot of time there anymore because I feel like I don't need to. I feel like they're taking care of things and I don't need to keep a watchful eye. So I stay out of the area. And thus I start going up. You guys see me, we start having all these fucking problems. When I stay close to the area. Yep. You start seeing it. And then you start seeing me talk about how there's a bank across the street from a bank. And why that's weird. Why that should ever even be a thing. And how there's actually several news articles online about how FBI agents and ex-CIA agents were interviewed and basically discussing this is exactly how foreign nations fool the local governments into thinking, basically they have the bank. The bank's a scam. The bank is a front where they hide all their money. They just put their money in that bank and have the bank there as a scam so that way nobody can investigate a bank. They just assume it's your money. So really all they're doing is they're just like stealing money through insurance scams or whatever they're doing in the area and hiding it with a bank. Did you ever notice that the exact local police department that's doing all of this took over a local bank? Yep, that's right. Their new police barracks became the old home of a bank. Wow! That's public information. Yep, that's public information. Look that up. It's crazy. It's all fascinating, all this stuff. You just add it all up. And then all of us, my family, me, and all of us, after me talking about the background check and getting really, really close to this, following the breadcrumbs, all around this, we get attacked. My mom's car is set on fire. I can never use we can't get in touch with each other. It's very obvious they're trying to make sure we can't get in touch with each other. I can't ever use my cell phone. AT&T has no fucking clue what's going on. Brand new goddamn cell phone, new fucking SIM card. Even the tech guy I talked to at AT&T that sounded like he knew exactly what he was talking about. He was extremely helpful. I talked to him for like 2 fucking hours. That guy is amazing. He gave me some knowledge. He was super helpful. But even he was like, this is crazy. That is very crazy. I think he was flabbergasted by it all. Honestly, truthfully. And even he, with all his knowledge, agreed to me that it sounded like device cloning. So, could I be honest with you? I think police steal property and then use it to sell people's information, personal information, like crime scenes and stuff like that. I think that they unalive people to sell their information. And the FBI isn't investigating it. I mean, they're just they got all these Teslas to be worried about, guys. Yeah, they got all these Teslas to be worried about, And you got all these Teslas to be worried about. Oh boy. It really is, like I said, if anybody would actually talk to me, I could tell you all the different things that I've noticed. That, again, it's not the situation. I have considered the data and considered the concept, and you should understand me to be up there with maybe perhaps some of the top analysts because of just the sheer amount of time I've spent devoted to researching and piecing things together over the years, and then being completely, absolutely accurate about every single thing Donald Trump was going to do in office. You could have easily followed that and seen that. I predicted so, exact things. Exact. And yeah, the guy's predictable to a certain degree, but yeah, to some degree, he's unpredictable, to some. And so, just to get as accurate as I did, and as accurate as I do with certain things, this is, yeah, I'm prime target. And you know what? The whole point is that they're getting to me by attacking the one thing that I said on here. Like I told you guys that it was obvious. Somebody came on here and made a list of all the things. And I said, I don't really have any weaknesses. But if you hurt the people I care about, you better watch out. And it seems like that's the sort of thing that they proceeded to do over the course of the next several years. Just very slowly hurt the people I care about. And I'll never mention a certain person in particular, but I have the suspicion, because I don't know what happened, but I have the suspicion somebody got to a certain somebody and I don't know, because I have no fucking clue what happened. I have literally no idea. So, one thing after another, where it's very obvious somebody has been coming after people that just simply like or are around me. Like I said, this person that stalked and doxed their address all over here, he made threats he was going to go after 365 and somebody else. Somebody else that I've stopped talking about because he's in too deep too. He had people after him too. And the good news is that 365, being where he is, his police and the people around there actually do things. Yep. Their laws and stuff like that, like they actually do things and they actually take care of their people. And so that's why you see the evil man trying to make it look like there's all this shit going on when there's not. Now, there's one night of riots, as there always is with stuff like that. And again, there was peaceful protesting. Other jackasses will always sit here, just like the shit that happens to me. Where other jackasses around me are just sitting here trying to make something that of nothing. But evil. An evil something from nothing. And, so, that's that situation is like when you look at California, you can see it, like where the National Guard is called in. And you can literally see that it's totally unnecessary. It's all stopped. The police handled it the night before. Yeah. And I even said that too. I was confused. The police handled all of that and were on top of it. And even with the arrests they weren't able to make, by morning they had plenty of footage to look at and stuff to follow up on for leads. So how does the National Guard need to be there? That was literally just to make California look bad, and to again make it look like again that we're fighting. Donald Trump wants the rest of the world to think we're fighting by doing that. That is the message he is sending. Any logical fucking person can follow that. So you have to start understanding that regular people just really can't logically piece things together anymore. If you see the president doing that when there's not actually anything going on, you need to piece that together. Now, again, if there actually is a state of emergency, that's one thing. But there wasn't. And even like I said, the authorities that were there agreed that there wasn't and could handle it. Good. Another slice of pizza. Slice of freaking pizza, man. So yeah, we ain't telling stories today. No, we're just telling the truth. And this is what's annoying about that is like I'll tell as many fucking truthful stories as I want. You know, I don't really give a shit if people think that like you have to understand that you saying stuff like that, where you say like about the whole thing, you offer that to the troll. You're saying that, you offer that to the troll. Nobody said that until you did. Stop telling, no, like stop saying that. Say it to yourself. See it in your head. The moment you say it out loud, you just gave that to the goddamn troll. Now that troll knows that you're either trying to communicate to somebody else to stop telling stories, or, again, you need to stop telling stories. So they're going to do everything they fucking can to get you to do that. Okay. There's times where you're supposed to pay attention, and I do this on purpose to draw it out. You know, like where I'm sort of kind of showing something's happening, you know, and stuff like that. And all along the way, I was hoping that people were investigating would realize what I was doing and be like, oh yeah, well, yeah, right there. So the package is going through. But no, nobody did that. So I wonder if the scammer has figured it out yet. Probably. That I know what they've been doing with Amazon. I'll bet they've figured out that I know that. Whoever is doing what they're doing, you have to understand they're not doing one scam, they're doing like 5. This person, like, it's bad. It's so bad. It's so fucking bad. So for a long time, my Amazon packages have been having like these problems where very obviously the order was supposed to go through, but it never did. It never shipped. Well, then we found that Dropbox, and we connected the dots. We started rationalizing certain things. I remember all the times where I had a package, And it almost got here, but then for some reason it got rerouted conveniently right as soon as it got to where it was supposed to be to leave the state again. Yep. And this kept happening. This is a pretty regular thing that was happening. And all around me trying to figure this out and stuff like that, we're having interference where the scammer is causing a problem for me calling and trying to get in touch with Amazon. Just like they were doing with AT&T. Where, holy shit, when I got, oh my god, somebody had changed the address. Yeah, somebody had changed the address on her cell phone account. Yeah. Somebody changed the passcode. This isn't their fault. This is a scammer. This is what they do. I don't put this on AT&T. It's not their fault. They were responsive. They were helpful. The employees were helpful. Anytime I went to the store and needed anything. Every single person along the way helped me. And helped me a little bit further. But it's clear what is happening. And I know what's happening. If a single FBI agent were to speak to me and look at my phone one time with his eyes, him or her, you would see what I'm talking about. Once. One time. A single time. Everybody else that I tell about this, they don't understand. You don't get it. You will never get this. And I can't say it. If I say it, they hide it. This is one of the last remaining things that I can show you. They have been hiding everything that they've been doing. See the one concurrent slip in here as I start talking about this? I think he's trying to learn what I'm about to say. They have been sitting here and using every little thing that I've been telling you guys to stop them. They have been learning to try to hide their tracks. Because I say, well, why is this happening? If this is true. And then we get like a shitload of likes on the stream or something like that, and they fix that thing. And they can never do that thing anymore. Where I proved they were doing something. Does that make sense? Something has never happened. Yet, conveniently, around this, it happens. And it would prove exactly what I'm saying. So then they fix it so it doesn't happen. And it's happened maybe like multiple times until I say it. And then once I say it, well, then they fix it. Because then they know about it. Alright, so I'll do what I can. Like I said, I will do what I can. I was working on a way to prove this, and I think they know that. And I had an issue with another Amazon order. So, like I said, I have multiple ways of proving this to somebody. If you would let me prove it to you with screenshots. I have definitive ways, but I'm not going to send this to YouTube. No, fuck no. I'm not going to send this to YouTube. That would be fucking stupid. I am not sending it to YouTube. I am not sending it... I would consider sending it to the FBI. Maybe. But again, I would have to have some sort of credible lines of communication. I have had too many indicators that somebody can see my emails even though they're not logged in, even though it's not a hack. Like I said, cloning. Too many indicators. Too many. Too fucking many. And it explains everything. It also explains why sometimes I think certain things are happening based on like a device cloning issue, because like where I think something was scammed or something like that, and I'm like, oh, okay, well maybe it wasn't that this time, or something like that, where I think something goes wrong. It's just because there's been so fucking many things going wrong. Like, again, definitively, I know this happened. I told you about this already. In Warcraft 3 Reforged, I hosted a private game. A private game. Nobody else can join a private game. I didn't invite anybody. I didn't accidentally. And again, this kept happening. After, I would finish the game and I would host another one, and the same thing would happen. So, I'm not making a mistake. I'm confirming multiple times. No, I did make it private, and I even used Gemini to confirm instead of ChatGPT this time. Definitively, absolutely nobody should be able to join or even see your private game on Warcraft 3 Reforged. So, why the fuck were there all these people suddenly joining my private game that I had hosted? Just aggressively joining, too. I had to kick them. Literally, like, the one person I had to ban, they were aggressively joining so fast. Why? Interesting, isn't it? Can I be honest with you guys? I talked about this a long time ago, and I warned gamers about this too. Basically, a lot of the rights to most of your video games are being bought, like the live rights and stuff like that, by, I think it's Saudi Arabia, right? There's some stuff going down with that. And it's weird. However, the concerns with that is data brokers. Okay? So I'm going to say. Data brokers are everything. You have to realize a lot of this will seem like it's supposed to be. You'll investigate something and you'll wind up with a dead end because, well, all those trackers and cookies are supposed to be there. No, they're not. And a lot of times they're not. They're being used, and you're getting more than you should. Like I said, for example, have you ever seen the thing on your start menu in Windows where the little start menu bar is like glitchy and stuttery? It's not smooth. You try to bring it up and it's like dit, 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 and you don't really know why. No matter, nothing you do gets rid of that, fixes it, right? It's cookies. That's it. It's just cookies. That's all it is. That's how integrated Windows is with your data, with people's data. So it usually means that yeah, your data, like there's that many bogging it down at all times, and it's that quick. So yeah, if you have that problem, all you have to do is successfully remove all cookies from your machine, like get a cleaner or something like that, and get one that's free that doesn't run ads, and it'll work. It'll literally work every time. The problem is, don't tell anybody this. Yeah, you tell anybody, they slap ads all over it. Oh my gosh, it's a pain in the ass, and that shouldn't happen. But yeah, that fixes it. Cold turkey, it'll fix it. This should be a huge eye-opener to you. The fact that this slows down a start menu. Huge eye-opener. It's everything. Now magnify this. Magnify it to everything else I've explained. That's as basic as I can break it down. Basically, like, the motion of your start menu gets glitched out just from cookies. And then you clean it. And then you go, holy shit. It really worked. Do it. Because, trust me, it works. And if it doesn't, you're using the wrong cleaner. So, anyway. That's as basic as I can break it down. And it's definitely easier through Wi-Fi to do stuff like that because the signals are easier to, you know what I mean, like unencrypted and stuff like that. Through wired, you got to go through firewalls and all kinds of stuff. So that's why it's a lot more difficult. So that's why, like, you know, you go wired, but even then, once you're breached, you're breached, man. It's really. So this guy's been working really, really hard, and that's why he spent all that time doing that on this platform. He was trying to get me to have problems pretty regularly by, you know, using the data for that. So that's why, like, it was really imperative that YouTube reacted quickly, not because, you know, like seriously, I'm a patient person. I've stood in line for a half an hour at the deli counter before. I literally don't care. I'll sit there and out of light and let somebody go just to, you know, like you guys have seen that. Like, I'm a patient person, truthfully. But, you know, like, the point is, if that's your data or something like that, every second of every day that's out there, who knows how many different scammers are using that? Who knows how many different bots are learning that and sending it around? And it was there for like a year. So that is really, really bad. You know, the whole point is it's not just for me, just for anybody. Is all I'm saying, for that to be there. Yeah. Where the system isn't automatically just kind of taking care of something like that. And you get what I'm saying. So anyway, the point is to take advantage of the lack of knowledge, the lack of technology knowledge, because I'll be honest with you, even as I was learning and building computers, there was a lot of people around me that when I would network with them through, like, building gaming computers and stuff, they would be very egotistical and tell me incorrect things all the time. And, like, think they're really right and think they're right about everything. And I'm just like, dude, I'm not trying to tell you this because of, like, some ego. Like, I'm really just telling you because it's been my experience with that thing. I just know it to be true. Like, I really don't. It was literally just to help people, and they would just. Some people just get really mad because I feel like they want to feel like they have the best of this or something like that, and so they get mad when somebody tells them, unfortunately, it's not, or, you know, like, there's always something else that's arguably comparable or slightly faster or this or that, depending on how you tweak it. You know, like, it's really hard to say that. And I remember even, like, somebody, like, a while back, even something as simple as this, I remember, like, I had a debate with somebody, you know, the whole liquid cooling thing. I just kept telling them that, like, a lot of times with liquid cooling, it was just, like, sort of a way to just brag that you could do it because it was expensive. It really didn't do anything to cool your parts any more than a really good fan cooling system or a good, well-ventilated case with good fans on it would do, you know, or something like that. You know, like, the point is, like, people just liked it because it was cool, you know. And so I had a huge debate with this guy. He was just so convinced that liquid cooling was the future, you know. It was gonna save everything, you know. And just, you know, like, he could run, like, 4 video cards. Like, he was telling me things like this. I'm like, wait a minute, 4 like, how does that make any sense? I was like, even Crossfire and SLI now are sort of kind of getting bottlenecked, and it's actually not the future. They're probably going to go back to single cards soon. And he's like, no, they're not. See, you don't know what you're talking about. Like, he gets so mad. And then I was right. Like, like, everything after that, I was just right. And the whole point wasn't to be right. The whole point was to try to help him understand, please don't invest in this. It's really, really not going to be good for you in the long run. You're going to pay a shitload of money, and your upkeep's going to be zero. You're going to have to trash this. You know, when you can't, you know, like, when you can't replace this when it goes bad, or you know, or something like that, and you're going to eventually go to a fan or a cooling system anyway. You know, like, just well-ventilated cooling system anyway, instead of this. So, you know, like that was the whole point, was just to, but you know, some people don't want to hear it. So you just have to realize that's a lot of my little talent, I guess. My talents are, yeah, I spent a lot of time building my own PC over the years and following a lot of the errors that the consoles would have, so I just kind of know certain things. I pretty much always had every console for the most part, like the main ones, and like I even have the Dreamcast and everything, but like had a huge respect and good amount of love for a lot of them over the years. So, you know, I was always able to follow what was going on with them, and would talk about it in an informative way. So, like, you know, like I definitely can talk about PCs and consoles too, and just kind of know, you know, when somebody's talking about it, and it's like, like I would agree that a lot of times, sometimes like it's opinion based stuff. Like if you like PlayStation versus Xbox, that's full opinion based stuff. None of that is based on anything that anybody can credibly say one is better than the other, except for the few times where you'd have models come out and they were just, the very few times that happened, like where it's like there's like a weird model or something like that, and then they recall it anyway. Even they own up to it. Truthfully, a lot of the times they're comparable over the years and stuff like that, because they're supposed to be. Otherwise, it wouldn't be a calculated investment for the company. So anyway, you know, with the you know, this is the whole point. With through that, I just kind of learned that people are like that. That people are always, and that's why, like, I recognize pretty quickly when somebody's just sort of kind of disagreeing with me and on a train of thought. I kind of recognize pretty quickly where they're going, because I've heard it all before. You know, like I hear like a quick suggestion is like, nah, I already tried that. That's why, because like I truthfully, before I came on the stream, I tried like, you know, a few days or something worth of things where I'm like racking my brain, I'm thinking about this, I'm trying multiple things, and I truthfully can't think of anything. So now I'm on stream just talking it out, trying to kind of like verbalize and get a better, because when you verbalize, sometimes you actually figure things out better. You ever be you know, like problem solving or something, and you start talking out loud? It's actually healthy, because verbalizing something can actually get it into words, whereas you might think in words, but you might not think everything in words. So getting it out into words, vocalizing it, might help you think about something a little bit more and problem solve it a little bit better. So that's kind of why I do that. And then, you know, also then if somebody would happen to kind of know about the thing I'm talking about, it, you know, two brains are better than one for sure. So that's my point, is like, don't think that that's a way to dismiss trying to do something. It's just, truthfully, I've already tried that. I would honestly just be like, oh, that's a good idea, okay. Give me a sec. I would just do that. I'd be like, yeah, my bad. And I'd like restart the stream. I used to do that. That was actually how they started getting me, was I started being a little bit honest, because there was a couple times I did fuck something up. And they used that to their advantage. I admitted to it. And then they used that to their advantage, where I'm sure behind the scenes they were like, well, you know, he's probably just screwing that up again, or something like that, you know, where they were just waiting for something to happen, you know. So you have to understand that, like, there's going to be a certain level of learning and noting when these people do this. If they truthfully believe they're going to get money out of it and steal somebody's channel or something like that, and all that, then yeah, they're going to note take. They're going to do everything they can to eventually, you know, be able to steal money or whatever the scam is, to earn money, you know, unlawfully, of course. But that's the point, is anything that they can do, and that's definitely one. So, yeah, that's a lot of my knowledge base over the years, just because, like I said, I spent a lot of time building computers. And then, it was just about, like I said, teaching people about optimization. I was not new to that. Even when I got on the stream, I was not new to teaching people how to not necessarily turn everything up and stuff like that, and just like, how to properly utilize your card, with your CPU and stuff like that, so that way you're actually getting more out of your card versus just trying to, sort of destroy it. And that's actually what a lot of people surprisingly do, is they don't really know how to use their setups, and they just like sort of kind of destroy their cards really quickly, or destroy something really quickly because something isn't optimized properly. And so obviously that's what like this person was counting on, but it just wasn't the case. Like, they sat there for so long hoping something would break, and nothing ever did, because that's the point. Like, if it's optimization, yeah, you're not, like, something's going to turn off, something's going to just... So, like, that's what he's doing. He's causing that to happen because I know how to optimize. Like that's the point. Like, it's more like, for the people that wouldn't know how to properly set things or go into something, that's going to cause more of a serious issue. And it will do something different. But for me, no. Nope. Pretty much never. And that's what he's running into, where he's just endlessly and tirelessly trying to screw something up. But I know what I'm doing, so I just make it really hard for him. And he has to, go, very diligently to work very hard to get something to screw up again. And then he gets a little bit of a reaction, and you see it, but again, I'll usually fix it, or I'll get something battling back, and he'll have to tirelessly work again just to screw it up again. And so, the point is, I think he thinks he's gonna screw up another piece of hardware or something like that, because early in the channel he took note of a piece of hardware breaking, but it was a monitor. It wasn't. And not every the reason that monitor broke is actually a completely different issue than he probably remembers. I think he makes some mistakes. I do. And so, I think that's what he was trying to accomplish, because that was broken. But if he remembers properly, the reason that monitor broke is actually because it was designed, the way it was designed. It shouldn't. There's a component it should not have had that broke about it. That it should just, monitors shouldn't have those. And I'm not going to say what it was. So, yes, monitors should not have those, and this person was able to utilize that to cause the issue. And so, the point is, they're trying to always cause that issue, but really, they don't really understand that that's what it was. So, yep, monitors should not have this thing in them any longer. I mean, even TVs used to, but just this sort of thing where it shouldn't be something that's in there. But either way, I'm gonna eat some pizza. Either way, I'm gonna eat some pizza, because now I'm hungry and I want another one. Oh my God! Pizza on your plate first. I have a plate. I have a plate. Yeah. Yum. Yummy. Yep. Pizza. Don't worry, I'm not standing in front of it. Yes, I am a decent distance away. Don't look into your microwave. I was dying. Just laughing at this one. Don't look into your microwave. I was gonna fry your brain! I was laughing so hard. Don't stand close to it. Don't put your body close to it. Yeah, I always knew that too. Like, you can't convince me, like, being somebody that grew up putting electronics together and stuff like that. You can't just understand science, and you can't convince me that the little cracks around this plastic door somehow escape the the radiation that's leaking out of there. Like, there's no fucking way. So yeah, don't stand in front of a microwave. But yeah, you obviously, if certain people are watching, you know what I'm chuckling at. Oh man, that did make me laugh. Don't stare at it. Yes, if you're 30 feet away, don't stare. No, just don't stand in front of it. Don't stand around it. How about that? Don't get near your microwave. Like take at least like a 6 to 8 foot step back from your microwave as it cooks your food. And don't put a fish tank near it. Or any, living thing. Oh, it's raining. Oh no. I was putting a sealant on one of the screws, and I was waiting for it to dry, and then it started raining. I was doing pretty good. It wasn't raining, it wasn't dry. I was like, okay, it's not raining, I'm good. It was a while ago though, so I should be okay. Should be pretty dry. But I was sort of waiting for it to dry. Oh well. Yeah, the design is really weird. There's like these screws around where the filter housing is. But then the screws are just plastic on plastic. They're metal screws, plastic on plastic. But there's like water all around there. So I'm like, there's gotta be worse. It's plastic. It's just metal and plastic. Like, of course it's gonna. There's no seal between metal and plastic. I don't care how close that metal is to that plastic. That is not a seal. I do not care. Unless you, Nah, even then. No, there really is no. Yep, gotta see them. I guess depending on the plastic. Well, we'll just say that plastic. With like plastic, I guess that's going to be in water. We'll say that because plastic tends to get rid of. It's kind of. You get what I'm saying. It's more because of the heat. It's more because of the warm water and stuff like that. Like it would be more feasible if it was cooler, but because of the contraction, the shifting in the material. We'll see. Well, I mean, see. Hopefully, I didn't. It almost seemed pretty dry by the time it started raining some shit. Yeah, it's not like a huge one either. It's very small. I'm sure you guys noticed the water level was slightly different after getting out. But again, it's a very, very, very slow. Conveniently coming from exactly that spot. So, one but only theorized. It confirmed my theory too as I let the water leak out, and as it got to that point and started getting to that level, it started leaking out a lot slower. It wouldn't even get past that point, and it just stopped leaking out. So it's definitely there. God, you that shit. I mean, the stuff I got says it's half hour acting, but really, to properly cure waterproof caulking, I think, like silicone, I think it's like 24 hours actually to technically waterproof cure it. I think it's more like 24 hours. It says 30 minutes. It's really not. I think it's more like a day. And if it takes longer than that, then you probably think you have environmental factors. And that's the end. Because it should, I would think it would dry. I saw some people talking about that too. I think that's environmental moisture. Sort of thing. But that's what it's for too. I mean, it's. But I'm just talking the fast acting stuff. I can't speak for individual rules. Every product is a little bit different. Some stuff is the fast acting. It'll say half hour. Really, I think that's more like 1 to 2 days, where it's actually technically waterproof after that. Boy, this is really... That's really coming down. That is really coming down, man. It is really coming down. There's like lightning and shit. It's really coming down. My one light's like flickering on off the other, but that is really coming down, guys. Yeah, that is really coming down, guys. Fine. That is some heavy rain. Pun intended. listen to this shit. These are flickering off because they detect light or because of the rain? Or because of the rain. That sucks. Middle one's flickering off now too. The other one, the last one went back on. Look, it's like flicking off. No. Yeah, maybe it is the daylight. It's funny. Wowee. Wowee. Wow, that's a lot of rain. Wow. Wow. Wowzers. As Inspector Gadget would say. Yeah, wowzers. You hear that? You hear the rain? You hear the rain on the window? On the windowsill. A touch of concrete within the doorway. Birdie. Birdie. I was looking for my sunglasses, but I don't especially think it matters at this point. I did find them though. I did find them though. I got Shinedown songs in my head. Various Shinedown songs. That's how it works. That's how it works. How about like Second Chance was a good one. Second Chance was a good one. Second Chance was a good one. Second Chance. Second Chance. My eyes are open wide, by the way, lead through the day. I watch the world outside, by the way, leaving out today. I just saw Haley's comet, she was here. Why you always running place? Somewhere in the stratosphere. Tell my mother, tell my father, I've done the best I can to make them realize this is my life. Little Miles Kennedy thing going on there, right? All that. Miles Kennedy's amazing. Absolutely outstanding. Love him. Miles Kennedy is one talented guy. One very talented guy. Love him. If you've never listened to Miles Kennedy, you should go look him up. Go look up. Alter Bridge. Yep. Blood up doo doo doo. As as he would say. Not Miles Kennedy, but what are the doo doo doo? Andy. As Andy would say. You guys remember that James Spader was on The Office, right? You do remember that, right? You do remember when James Spader joined The Office, right? He was perfect for that. It was phenomenal. I love how his character was introduced to. Yeah, his character was introduced as the guy who got the job of CEO by simply talking the current CEO out of her position. It was very James Spader. Well, like basically he's a walking ball of charisma. Basically, that's if you know James Spader, like that's basically he's just a walking ball of charisma. So he's what you get when you know you like the Jack Black meme. the Jack Black meme is like about like the D&D, right? Like Jack Black's what it looks like when you max out your charisma, but your comeliness is like a 5 or something, right? Like something like that, right? But like James Spader is like the the epitome of what you get when you when you max out both, right? He was the voice of Ultron. Remember Ultron from Avengers: Age of Ultron? He was the voice of Ultron. I mean, he's also Raymond Reddington on The Blacklist. For anybody that doesn't know, like he was in movies for a long time. He was in Boston Legal, I think he was in, but he was also in what's the other one? I forget what the other one's called. But yeah, like he has a long career. He has a long career as a good actor. Paid his due, so to speak. And deserves the roles now. This is good. He was excellent. Blacklist is excellent. Phenomenal show. And then, like I said, he was Ultron. So yeah, James Spader. It's awesome. Man, that is a raging storm, isn't it? That is an absolutely raging storm. Let's see. Windows, Microsoft. That was loud. That was like a. Jeez, Microsoft. Like, why can't they ever seem to fix anything? All right. Sorry, I'm just, I was just freaking, Windows 10, as usual, being a pain in the, are you kidding? No, they're not. What a Oh, this is really weird. Why is it like this? What the fuck? So I can't... What a fucking... This website is trash. Like, literal trash. Jeez. It'll work eventually. One of these days. Okay. Oh, okay. Well, at least it seems somewhat functional now. Oh, God. Please don't tell me I have to go through all that again just because. Please tell me. No, 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 no. Okay, good. East Street. Oh, what do we have here? Okay. Okay. What do we have here? What the fuck? What is with that name? Okay. That's ridiculous. Now that's what I'm talking about. Who the so weird. Oh, whatever. Oh, whatever. That is very odd. Whatever. Okay. Where is my... Oh, there it is. There's my Mountain Dew. I found my, my Cabo Citrus. I found my Cabo Citrus. I found it. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. These are really good. Highly recommend. By the way, my seat just looks like this. If you ever look at my seat and you're like, ew, I have tried so hard. It just looks like that. It's looked like that since I got it. Yep. So, if you're like, yeah, no, that's actually clean. Yeah, unfortunately. Highly recommend. Yeah, I know, it's annoying. But, like, that's why, like, if you ever see that, and you're like, no, that's actually clean. That's as clean as it gets. I can't. I've tried upholstery clean and everything. You guys see me scrub the shit out of that thing. That's as good as it gets. That's a stain. It literally doesn't fucking... It'll come out momentarily, like right now, a little bit. And then you'll be like, oh, it's coming out. And then it'll just show up again later. It's in there. It is literally just in there. Yep. Wish I could get that shit out. Yeah, really wish I could. problem is, like, if you use stuff that's like too harsh, it ends up staining the seats a different color, you know what I mean? And then your seats just look like shit, you know, like you don't want to do too much, you know, like there's only so much you can do.
Take it on. Then there's nowhere you can hide. Oh, in this house of doom, no one gets out alive. Won't you step inside? I'll live there in fact. The truth, and there's nowhere you can hide.
Machine Gun Man, Black Label Society. Zach Wild. Actually, Machine Gun Man. Was that Pride and Glory though? Or was that Book of Shadows? It's been a while since I played, actually put the album out, so. But yeah, Machine Gun Man, find it under Black Label. Find it. Graveyard disciples march into the fields, stare through destruction, bodies beneath the wheels. Oh, tripping to the bed. Oh, life's dying for. I think that was off 1919 Eternal, right? I think so.
Love that song. Genocide Junkies. Genocide Junkies. Loaded. Walk around to. Oh yeah! It's like the most beautiful rendition of that song that you've probably ever heard in your entire life. But you know, like, what else can I say? Wait, it was really raining. Why are you tailgating me? What the fuck are you tailgating? In the rain. Excuse you. Uh-huh. Yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah, we're all trying to pretend here, aren't we? Imagine that. My lost hero has been turned upside down. Trying to remember, the drums for that is so cool. I'm actually just trying to remember how it goes. Oh, it leads me to you. Something like that. I'm trying to remember how it goes. It's really good. There's no replacement for Craig Donemacher. Again, the new guy's really good. It's really good. Seriously, they're all good. There's no replacement though for Craig Donemacher. Sure, they'd all agree too. Dope. That's fine. It's true. Seriously, good song, man. Lost Heaven. It's another good Black Label Society song. I'm gonna say that about pretty much every single one, though. So. It's like, that's a good one. That's a good one. That's a good one. But I mean, it is a binge-worthy band. Like, if you've never listened to them, you could just sit there and put on a whole album and just binge it, like, no problem. You could seriously binge their entire catalog, no problem. You could do that. It's fun to do that. Highly recommend doing that. Just binge the album. But, like, you know what I mean? Like, the album, not like just like one song and not out of order, but like, I mean, like, and then you could do their catalog in order too, like start at the beginning. You know what I'm saying? Like you could really like you could do the whole catalog, start at the beginning, and then like really just like binge it and like really get to know the band. And yeah, like there's always cool things like that with like albums and stuff. That's why I highly recommend continuing to support full albums and stuff like that. I guess I'd start with Sonic Brew. Sonic Brew was the first one. Start with that. You could do like, I think it was Stronger Than Death after that, right? You could do Stronger Than Death. You could do 1919 Eternal. You could do those really in any order. Like I really think that listening to that first album first though is really important, and then like a lot of those you could do them in any order, but like at a certain point you're gonna love like hearing the progression, like that, like from the Blessed Hell Ride to Mafia to Shot to Hell, and then so on, or the Black Catacombs of the Black Vatican, like just the progression you're gonna really enjoy. Zakk Wylde will be vocals, lead guitars, lead vocals on all that. In case you're curious, yeah, he does. He does all that. He did the bass for quite a number of the albums too. I think up to a certain point. Then JD did it. I think he did the bass on Mafia. I'm not sure about actually like some of those other ones, but I do know on Mafia he did the bass. Yeah, it's like the sort of thing where when you have the album, it's nice to look at the accreditations and like surprised by certain things like that. That's how I discovered Dave Grohl was doing the drums for X amount of time with Foo Fighters too, before Taylor Hawkins took over on the albums. It was actually Dave Grohl until Echoes, Silence, Patience, and Grace, I believe. Then Taylor Hawkins took over on the album, but before that it was actually all Grohl, I believe. As far as drums were concerned. Obviously he has other band members and stuff, but he would do the guitar, the drums, vocals. So like I think like for some frontmen, like when they write songs, they just have a vision for the song, and so like they want it to sound a certain way, so they just do all that stuff, and then they'll just have like people come in and fill in like and do the other parts and stuff like that. And that's how bands get started and stuff. You just have to trust that frontman a lot, with songwriting ability and stuff. And a lot of time, Zakk Wylde being with Ozzy all those years, since No Rest for the Wicked, since the 80s, and obviously Dave Grohl being with Nirvana. Nobody questioned. Nobody questioned. Yeah, Dave Grohl was with a lot of other bands too in between. Like Foo Fighters as well, like Queens of Stone Age. He was with he did some stuff with Tenacious D. He was the devil in the movie. Did you know that? In the battle at the end, like the devils. That was just Dave Grohl. He did like the guitar and all that. You can tell it's his voicing. It was pretty cool. That's why you need to see that movie if you haven't seen the Tenacious D movie. You have to, because it's it's freaking great. The Pick of Destiny. A long ass fucking time ago in a town called Kickapoo, lived a humble family religious through and through. Fucking rocking all the time. You wrote a tasty jam, all the planets did align. Out of dragon smells of blazing as I stepped into his cage. And I sliced his fucking cockles. Shiny blade, to my side. You got legends in that movie. That movie was, you got legends in that movie. Go watch it. You'll be surprised by the people that you end up seeing in that movie. People that have since passed, unfortunately, too. So that's another cool thing to see. Meatloaf had a part at the beginning. I won't spoil the other one if you haven't seen it. Meatloaf is a really cool. I just love the Meatloaf. Meatloaf's amazing. I love that dude. I miss him so much. Do anything for love. I won't do that. No, I won't do. Never did I ever hear a heavier piano riff. It was amazing. I was like, fuck. I was like, how did they make a piano riff heavy? Cool. I was like, this is awesome. But like, it's beyond that too. It's operatic. It's creative. It tells a story. It's not just heavy. It's dark, heavy, and sort of kind of what it means to you. Like just like a. Times with poetic songs and stuff like that. It can mean different things to different people. liked Monsters Loose too, Bat Out of Hell 3. I think a lot of people didn't hear that other album a lot. Bat Out of Hell 3 was good too. I really did love that album. He did a cover on that album too. I'm trying to remember what it was now. He did a cover with somebody. It was really good. With music, my mind can go from one thing right to the next. I think it's because of how like I used to just like I had so many albums and stuff when I was younger. I just like pop in another CD, you know, just listen to the next one. But it's just like started thinking about Linkin Park for some reason. I like the version of One Step Closer with Jonathan Davis. That's my favorite version. The one with Jonathan Davis. But it's longer too. And it has cool drums. And it's like all of it's like freaking awesome. I love reading it. That is a better version of Points of Authority, which they even made a music video to. Made a music video to that, and it was like a freaking StarCraft battle or something. It's just like an epic alien battle or some shit. It was awesome. Step Closer, from Jonathan Davis, highly recommend. Jonathan Davis from Korn. Judgmental of that, I remember too. But yet, if I ever play a song from that, people are like, act like they move, they like bob their head. They're like, "What is this? Like this Linkin Park? Like, yeah, like how have I never heard this?" I'm like, "Because you didn't listen to Living Things," and everybody was like, really judgmental of that album. Didn't listen to it. Just like Thousand Suns when it came out, and then now everybody kind of acts different. Like they're like, I don't know. You get what I'm saying. Regardless, I'm just glad that people are accepting them now, and because their music's been ahead of its time and epic for as long as they've been coming out with it. They've always pushed the limit well with that. They're always ahead of it. Always. I guess that Living Things had Burn It Down. Burn It Down? Yeah. And Lost in the Echo. I really like this. Did not have Castle of Glass too. I really like Castle of Glass. Did not have Castle of Glass. Isn't that where? I think that was Castle. Yeah, but like anyway, good album. I know. Can't wait to burn it to the ground. That song. That was on Living Things. That's Burn It Down, right? Because I know, I keep confused. I know Nickelback has Burn It to the Ground and Burn It Down, and I keep because of the names are similar. You know what I mean? They're both really good songs. The cycle repeated as explosions broke in the sky, and all that I need was the one thing I couldn't find, and you were there at the time, waiting to let me know. We're building it up to break it back down. We're building it up to burn it down. Can't wait to burn it to the ground. That's that song. I like that. And Lost in the Echo. That's the first track, actually. I like Blackout too. Blackout was on there, I think, because that was right after another one I listened to. Right? Blackout was on there, right? But anyway, like Lost in the Echo was good. It was like. So it was a good song. It had a video too. Lost in the Echo. Each word gets lost in the echo. Good song. I love that. I am not going through a yellow light. I'm sorry, car that's impatient. Let's see. I'm trying to do a little more justice than that. Let's see if I can try to remember. Again, Blackout was a really good song too, but was that on? That was on Thousand Suns, wasn't it? I'm confusing the two now, aren't I?
I know Thousand Suns had the Catalyst. Very close to the end, too. And Thousand Suns had... Wretches and Kings. The quote I mention all the time. There's a time when the operation of the machine becomes so odious. Makes you so sick at heart. You can't take part. You can't passively take part. So you gotta put your bodies upon the gears, upon the levers, upon all the apparatus, and you've got to make it stop. Woo, 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 do do do, woo, 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 do do do, woo, 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 do do do, do 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 do. That bass hits so heavy. Go listen to Wretches and Kings. Turn the bass up. Seriously. You won't regret it. Put that shit on in your car. Turn that shit up. Listen to seriously. Yeah, seriously. You won't regret the bass. And Blackout too. Remember Blackout? I told you about that too. Go listen to that one too. That bass hits hard. You won't regret it. Peak Chester. Peak Chester. Peak Chester. Too. Seriously. He was at his peak. Top of his game. Go talk a lot of shit that you don't know. Blow top, put your people down low, get down and obey every word. And you're mistaken. Wretches and Kings, who we can BRB. Look at do. You know. You know. Horseradish. Horseradish. Yeah, you know what I mean? Like, you just think about some of these words we've become accustomed to, and you're just like, where do they stem from? The origin. Where the oh, come on, man. One of these days, Yeah, like I just really it just kept popping back in my head over and over. Like I just love that song. Indestructible too. Like it's the same thing with those. Like it just was like pretty much the heaviest one on the album. So that was the one that was pretty much most prevalent in my head. And also when I buy an album, I typically just put it in and listen to it. I don't. You know, you know what I mean? So, you know, it's probably a lot of times the first song I'll hear. So, except, you know, obviously, except in the case of Unstoppable, where that was a few tracks later this time instead of being the first track. Hey, it was the first track. some of the earlier stuff. Doomsday, Jesus, we need you now. Doomsday, Jesus, we need you now. That's not an easy one, like, to duplicate either. You can do it like a couple different ways. I could do it like doubles if I wanted to, but you would change the song and it would sound different. The way he does it is so cool. And yeah, it's the sort of thing where you're doing it at the same time that you're hitting the snare. So there will be times where you do a double bass beats there, and you may hit the snare, and your other if you decide to switch and just not the snare, if you switch to the floor tom too instead of just double bass, you will end up hitting that at the same time and stuff like that. So it's that one's not as easy to do. It's independent bits and stuff. So it's definitely a fun one to play and everything. But Jesus, we need you now. Jesus, we need you now. It's off Blessed Hill Ride, man. Blessed Hill Ride.
guess you could play it like that. You'd have to change it. It's hold on. I think.
Sort of like that. I used to play, I used to actually play some Rob Zombie stuff on drums. You guys remember when Ozzy did a song with him? Did you even hear it? Ironhead. It's really good. Ironhead, crucify you. Ironhead, regenerate. Ironhead, exterminate. Crucify you. Rob Zombie and Ozzy Osbourne did a song together. Bet you didn't realize that. So yeah, I like that one, and I love a lot of Rob Zombie. I listen to a lot of his stuff with reviews, but like, there's some stuff I used to drum to. Living Dead Girl, but the other one that was like out around that same time. I can't even think. I remember the drum, but I can't even remember. I'm trying to think of it. It was around the same time. I wish I could think of it, but I can't. For some reason, I just can't. If I heard it, I'd just be like, "Oh yeah, that's it," and I'd just go right into it. Like it was nothing. But, oh my. Oh my. Are you gonna pass me illegally as well? Oh my, this person is on my ass. In a blue Ford. Tailgating me very closely. Holy shit, this person is close. They just passed somebody illegally and now they're just like absolutely on my ass. It looks like somebody with a CB antenna too. Like they're sort of just used to maybe doing first response calls and are sort of kind of doing things they shouldn't be doing. Because I recognize a CB antenna when I see one. He's probably gonna pass me if he gets a chance, as you can see. But it's like really dangerous to pass here. So. Yeah, he just like literally illegally passed like 2 cars going really fast, and then got behind me and couldn't pass anymore. That's all that happened. Probably gonna pass as soon as he gets a chance. Crazy. Being really impatient too. Like if I were to stop short, he wouldn't be able to stop. Like that's how close we're talking. Dangerously close. Very sad. Lots of Rob Zombie. Dracula too. Dracula was one. Dracula was one. This person still behind me. Very odd. I used to practice lots of Korn songs on drums too. Oh, he's finally passing. He's finally illegally passing. Yes. Yes. They finally just illegally passed me. Finally. But yeah, I used to practice I used to play Korn songs on drums all the time.
with me. And the children let me be free. To take away all this pain. I try to every night, all in vain, in vain. Sometimes I can't leave this place. Taste on my face. Something takes a part of me. You and I weren't meant to be. Blur this line. Something takes a feeling like a freak on a leash. Feeling like a every time I start to good song. Everybody loves that song. Who doesn't love Freaking on a Leash? Everybody loves Freaking on a Leash. Yeah, ask somebody about Korn, they're like, yeah, Freaking on a Leash. I know that. It's awesome. I know that. But yeah, Right Now was one of the ones. Did My Time was another one. Those songs I practiced on drums a lot. That's also why I like Blind and fuck. Shit. What does it mean to you? It means really, I'll just do. I'm trying to get through the song so I can remember what it's called. Fuck. Make me bad. Make me bad. That's the one. That's the one. That one. That's why that's another, because I used to drum those songs. That's why. Because they were fun to drum. What does that mean to you? Hey, something I just do. I want something. Need to feel the sickness in you. You're the reason as it's leaving me. No, not again. That's when he says it. What does that mean to you? That's when he says it. Something I need to feel that sickness. Yeah. Something kind of like that. I liked the little breakdown for that. A little breakdown. A fun drum part to play. And then line, obviously, the any drummer wants to play that. It's fun stuff. Pretty much. I mean, like pretty much, I think. Build up little song. And then, oh yeah, like I said, Right Now, and Do My Time, where other ones. looking good.
You can't sing most of those lyrics, probably. And then, Did My Time Was Fun. It was it was just like the hi-hat in the beginning. You just hit the hi-hat. And then it's like and it's like I think it's something like that. But like it's London Bridge is falling down, falling down, falling down. London Bridge is falling down, my fair lady. It's like literally just like an all nursery rhymes. It's amazing. Go listen to it. It's called Shoots and Ladders. Marietta Little Lamb! How funny is that, right? Marietta Little Lamb! Because I'm music down, music down, some music, and it is reaching. Some forever reaching. Hang on, you twisted transistor. Finally you get it. Oh, I'll pink past you if you got it. Yes. And not to be confused with the song. See you on the other side. It's another Ozzy Osbourne song from the Zakk Wylde era that was amazing. Voices, 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 1,000 voices. Down, whispering, whispering, whispering. Time has passed for choices. Golden days are passing over, yeah. Dun, 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 dun. Yeah, I can't seem to see you, baby. Do, do, do. Although my eyes are open wide, do, 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 do. But I know that I'll see you once more. Do, 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 do. When I see you, I'll see you on the other side. Yeah, yes, I'll see you. I'll see you on the other side. Whispering. I forget what the second verse is now. I need to listen to it again. It's been too long. It's a good song though. There's a demo version that they released for the Prince of Darkness re-release though. And it was I loved that version. It was the demo, what it sounded like before they did everything. And like, there's other versions too. They did that with Desire. They did that with a few other songs too. SIN was another one. That's probably my favorite one on No More Tears actually. Like it was just cool to hear the demo version versus the final one from Prince of Darkness, and then like hear some of the more isolated instruments how they sounded before. The final product. I thought it was kind of cool, actually. That was really cool. And then, like, what the final product became. See on the other side, it's hard for me to pick. I like them both. I really do. I like the demo and the final version. All very good. But, a slight bit of a difference in the drums. He changed the drums slightly for the final version. But both sound really cool. And probably said this before on the Prince of Darkness. You can hear you could look this up on like YouTube or something. No, there's a version of Purple Haze that Ozzy did with Zach. So if you want to hear Zach play a Jimi Hendrix song, freaking expertly covered Purple Haze, I was like, holy shit. It was amazing. Yeah, it's just really cool to hear him cover something like that and do it in his way. It's really cool. I was like, holy shit. It's really freaking good. But yeah, he did it with Ozzy. And Ozzy was really good too. Ozzy was really freaking good. I was like, holy shit, Ozzy's freaking good. It was all so good. All of it. Purple Haze. Ozzy cover of a Jimi Hendrix song. Listen to it again. It's Zach on guitar for that one. Really good. That was obviously before the Wild Audio stuff too. So that's the if you're wondering about the sound, that's the Les Paul. He pretty much. Back in those days, he would pretty much almost always use a Les Paul with Ozzy. Almost always, except on Osmosis, believe it or not, that was done entirely with a Gibson SG. As far as I understand. Because that's coming from his own mouth. He was like going through his guitars one day, and he's like, I recorded Osmosis on this, and it was an SG. It's literally an Angus Young guitar. So it's like, oh, that's cool. It's like literally like that, that red SG, like that exact one. That really awesome one. Though. So that's why that album sounded noticeably different from the normal Les Paul sound, and why like it still sounded like him, and it still sounded like that Les Paul. Well, because it's so Gibson, it's just an SG. If the SG was like the, you're gonna get a definitely a lower tone. It's just a slightly lower. I think it's just more of a slightly lower tone than the Les Paul. Is a good way to say it, like a bassier tone. That's it. And Zach spends a lot of time at the top of his fretboard. He spends a lot of time at the top of his fretboard when he's soloing and stuff. So that's why he wouldn't really like. That's why he gravitated toward the Les Paul versus the SG. That's all. But yeah, like it's not like he never uses that stuff and never uses other guitars and stuff like that like he did once in a while. Like I said, I think that's why he wanted his own like Wild Audio eventually, just because yeah, he just wanted something that was truly his sound. I think that's all. Because I think he still like has a genuine love for Gibson guitars and stuff like that. Same with Marshall amps, but now he just makes all his own. You know, it's all Wild Audio guitars and Wild Audio amps. So if you heard anything, I mean, like, probably even in the past 6-7 years, like, that's pretty much all Wild Audio stuff. Well, sounds really good. Sounds really good. Great young disciple. 1, 2, 3. I was just cleaning up my plate from earlier. I left my pizza plate out. I was just cleaning up my plate. Cleaning my stuff up. Black Label Society, amazing band. Rust is a good song. Rust is an amazing song. Isn't that All Stronger Than Death? I think that's All Stronger Than Death. Rust is an amazing song. It's really good. As I can share it all with you. Yesterday, today, tomorrow. Come rain, come shine. Rolling back the beginning in between till the end of time. All that shines turns to rust. All that stands time turns to dust. It's a good song. I'll listen to it. Especially the version on Unblackened. It's so good. I call it the Beetlejuice guitar. We call it the Beetlejuice guitar. He had such a freaking awesome guitar during that song, during the Unblackened version of Rust. And it's like black and white stripes up the guitar. So, like Beetlejuice, because he has the black and white striped suit. So that's why I call it the Beetlejuice guitar. I thought it was kind of funny. But he has a name for it. I just call it that. I don't remember if he calls it that or not. He has like names for all these things. But just call it that because I don't remember what he calls that one. But so freaking, I love that guitar. It sounds so good. I like that one, and I like the he has another one that's like purple, but it's like it's like the Buzzsaw, because the Buzzsaw is like a slightly different version of the Bullseye. It's a different version of the Bullseye. It's sort of like combining the concept of a saw blade with the Bullseye, and then he has like the SG top with the V bottom. I like that one, and it's like purple. Oh, freaking love it. He has it in Lost Prayer. The video for Lost Prayer. That one. Just type in YouTube. Just type Zakk Wylde, Lost Prayer. That was actually the solo he did for Book of Shadows 2 when he did another solo album. It was a fucking amazing solo album too. Book of Shadows and Book of Shadows 2 was amazing, and Lost Prayer was from that. He has that guitar in that music video. If you just watch Lost Prayer, fucking awesome guitar. Love that guitar. I love that song too. Man, that was a good song too. What song? Lost Prayer. Good song. You see that you'll do. You see that your life isn't fair. It's round and small. You got your needs just okay. On to back to where we were before. I will not walk through that door. Oh, no, no. I may be blind, but I'll find my way. And oh, yeah, like a lost prayer on a stormy day. Oh, stormy day. Do, 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 do. Love it. It's a very good song. From Zakk Wylde. So yeah, good stuff. It's kind of funny, we actually have plenty of time left, I'll be honest with you. We actually have seemingly plenty of time left, which is interesting. You know, I think it's probably about time at least to end this particular stream for now. So yeah, I'm probably gonna go ahead and stop. You know, I just kind of think I made some points there, and you know, and for the sake of it, just, you know, being honest about certain situations and stuff like that. So I think we made some points, obviously, about what's going on. So, and also, you know, just aside from that, also, go listen to awesome music and go out to a concert or something. You know, go support the bands, go help them out, and listen to their music. It's amazing. And Black Label Society is amazing too. Zach deserves so much credit. But he's a humble guy, so he'll never ask for it. Never, ever, ever, never in a million years. So yeah, give them all the support and all the love that they deserve. And you know, I've certainly noticed that they're also a band that has given some other bands a chance, you know, to sort of kind of open up for them and stuff like that. And you know, they're filling seats, man. So it's like, that's exposure for any band. So that's certainly always been nice over the years when they do that, you know, for a band that people might not have heard of, but they're definitely good enough to open for Black Label Society. And that's called being humble, you know. Like, the point is that, you know, like, it doesn't matter, they're still good. Like, I remember when Clutch, I didn't know about Clutch had been around for so freaking long. I had no idea who they were until I went to a Black Label Society concert and Clutch opened for Black Label Society. And I saw Children of Bodom at the same concert too. But because of Black Label Society, I found out about these bands. And again, Clutch had been around since forever, and plenty of people knew who they were, even there. But I'm sure that also helped to, you know, just give them more of a fan base to an already established one. Maybe some of these guys have been following Zach's career for freaking ever. I know I have. So, you know, it's definitely nice to see people be humble with each other. And then likewise with Clutch, I'm sure Clutch does the same sort of kind of thing too, where they let other bands open for them now too. I'm sure they do. In fact, I don't even have any doubt about that. I can just say that, and without a shadow of a doubt, I can guarantee that they do that sort of thing. So, you know, like, it's just this. It's like a very humble, pay it forward sort of situation, and that's what you got to give credit to a lot of the metal community for being like that. You know, you really do. The ones that are, anyway, right? Nah, truthfully, a lot of humble guys there. But anyway, like I said, this is probably, even though we have time left, this is probably where we're gonna still stop it for now. But like I said, I just wanted to give a little bit of a positive message there too for the metal community in general. Yeah, a lot of those guys are really good, humble guys that, you know, like you see the ones that'll stop a concert because like there's something going on that shouldn't be going on or something like that. That's good stuff, man. Good stuff. So, just saying, you know. I know that there's also like other guys that cleverly continue the show, but may see something going on, and instead of stopping the show and trying to make it look like they're a good guy or something like that, because they don't want that type of attention. They just want to take care of it and be done with it, and not necessarily get a cookie for it. So, you know, maybe they cleverly sort of walk into the crowd and start doing a solo or something like that. And this is how they deal with that. You know, like, it's a little bit different. You know, you never know. Like every situation's different. And, you know, like, some guys, they might just deal with that a little bit differently than some other people do. And, you know, like, arguably, then security's going to show up right there. And, yeah, ain't nobody screwing around anymore, you know, or anything like that. Or, you know, he's right in front of you. You're looking at the solo. And not only that, security's right there. So, like, it's just, you know, like, some guys might deal with that a little bit differently or something like that. You never know. But, either way, both ways are correct. It doesn't matter, you know. One person might just be doing that because that's the way they deal with that, and the other person, they might be doing that because that's the way they deal with that. Both are correct. The politics of that situation would be up to the individual, to how they personally want to deal with that situation. Some might not want the attention. Some might just want it to draw attention to it. Not for them, but to the situation, if that's an issue. So that's politics. And some might not want politics. So they silently deal with it. Meanwhile, others, well, maybe they do. That's okay. As long as the reason is, in your mind, valid in a positive way, and you can explain that. I would agree with both. That both would actually seem valid, and for each person's, you know what I mean? Like, that's where you can say there's a political situation where you can choose to be like, yeah, I could see merit in both being positive. You could extrapolate an incorrect measure, an incorrect response to the situation too. So that's the point. Both of those responses would be correct. I'm sure you could extrapolate an incorrect one. So, well, there's that. But I'm not going to talk about that. You were not here to talk about that. Yeah, the whole point is that there's some humble good guys out there that can and will do those things. We're not here to necessarily talk about the people that aren't. So, yeah, we're already aware of that. The media is going to do that for us. We don't need to do that. Oh. Remind you of, you know, the times when the front men weren't jerks and, you know, broke something up to bring somebody up on stage and draw attention to it or something like that. I've seen that. Not here to talk about maybe they made a mistake even prior and they want to make up for it, so they do that. That's a good thing. Yeah, let's say a frontman made a mistake about somebody and treated the situation poorly the first time and they learned from it. And now they break up another situation because they want to change the way they reacted and they want to change it for the better. So now you see them bring somebody up on stage. Next time they react differently. This is the person changing for a positive. You should recognize this. You should recognize when somebody realizes that they're wrong. And respect them. Don't advertise it. Don't put them on blast. Don't literally sit there and just be like, yeah, but that guy did this. Yeah, that sucks. It sucks that like he reacted that way, but remember, he's doing it right now. So just remember that pride is a thing, and it's not your business to sit here and step on it. Let the man fix what he did wrong the first time. And good on him for fixing it. You know, it takes some real balls to do that. It really does. So, anyway, just saying. There's good guys out there that will change Like, you know, like even if they make a mistake, like, oops, you know, like it's not like, you know, it was on purpose, or some things seem a certain way, you know, when they're not, and you look into it and it's not that way. They're like the bat thing with Ozzy. For how many years did people think that Ozzy bit the head off of a bat? You know how many people I had to tell over the years? Like, I kept telling them I was an Ozzy fan. You know how many, like, growing up, you know how many times people would reference that, and like, you know that bat was unconscious and he thought it was a Halloween bat, right? Like, a fan threw an unconscious bat on stage. Like he thought it was, like, he was just trying to play along. People throw things on the stage all the time. He thought it was like a prop. You know, he once put a lady's hat on. It was the funniest thing. Ozzy just does this. He thought it was a Halloween bat, and I had to explain. They stopped the concert, rushed him off stage. You got like rabies shots and shit. Like, this was a serious thing. I think they canceled some dates. Didn't he get sick too? This is a serious thing. Like, people are just rude. They don't even understand that, like, that's what happened. It's an image thing, guys. Okay, well, what about the thing? What about the thing with the doves? The thing with the doves? Listen, that's another image thing. Ozzy is Ozzy. You can't expect... Listen, you sit there and you tell the Prince of Darkness that he's going to reverse the whole biting the head off the bat thing when it's actually doing good things for his music, like getting him more money and stuff like that, and then you give him a cage full of doves that he's supposed to set free. I think that was a very Ozzy and commercial response to actually what Ozzy did, and I think it obviously could have done that differently, but yeah, like, can we get over that stuff now? Like, the whole point was that, like, yeah, like, obviously you don't do that stuff, and he's not that type of guy. Like, you watch the Osbournes, and he's the biggest teddy bear you've ever seen. The guy, like, seriously, watch the Osbournes. The guy is the biggest teddy bear. And so, like, the point is, like, he's not really like that. It's just, like, come on, you really think Ozzy, of all people? And so, like, the point is that, like, it's literally an image, and people just, you know, like, the family and stuff like that, they found a CD in the CD player of the one kid that committed, you know, off himself. Like, literally, like, just picking any old CD, and because it had that word in the title, they're like, oh, man. And they're, like, trying to, like, it's like, man. Actually, the song they picked was an analogy for not doing that. The irony in that was they picked the song that was about not doing that. Like, the whole point was that's not the solution. Like, that was the fucking point of the song. And they just, oh my god, they just so missed the fucking point. So, like, you just had these people just, like, you know, just using every chance that they got to you know, like, something else is wrong, they're just going to use this, you know. So, anyway, the point is, you don't know what actually, like, a situation is and stuff like that until you actually know. You know, it's like, do you know what was actually said, or did you just hear some bullshit about all the drama and Metallica or stuff like, do you actually know what happened, or do you just hear things? Yeah, then shut up about Metallica already. Just shut the fuck up. I'm so sick of it. Stop talking about bands and stop talking about things you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Just stop already. Like, the stuff, like this, that's why it's so annoying. Like, you know, like, the point is, like, you don't know, and other sites, other media sites, other pages, YouTube pages even, stuff. Like, the whole point is these media sites will just say stuff to get, like, drama started. And, like, it's just out of context. You don't know what was actually... So just, please, just, you know, let it go, man. And again, if you know what happened, you know all the details, that's one thing. But otherwise, You know, again, like a lot of times, you really don't. I think Zach Wilde and Fred Durst had a beef for a while, but then they made up. They made up. Did you know that? I'm sure everybody heard about the beef, but didn't hear that they made up. Yeah, they actually made up. Like they don't have a beef anymore, and it really wasn't even that big of a beef. No, and like people were egging it on and shouldn't have been. So you know, like it happens to like so many people, and you know, it's most of the time. What you have to realize is you really won't know what actually happened. You'll just know that there's some sort of thing going on, some sort of beef, and other people are trying to make money off of it. And that's sad. So, anyway, I'm just saying, a lot of times they're good guys, and, you know, it's just, somebody else trying to, you know, use like something to spin it a certain way, like out of context that sounds this way or this way. So don't be too quick to jump to conclusions with certain things. As you know, like I said with Ozzy, you know, for how long did people jump to conclusions about the whole bat thing, thinking that he did that? You know, it's like, no, he wouldn't actually. You're like, a bat? Are you kidding? No. So yeah. You didn't realize it was real, obviously. So anyway, thanks for watching. I appreciate it. Like I said, we would usually do have plenty of time left, but I'm gonna go ahead and end it. I just wanted to give you guys a wrap up there for giving me support. And thanks for hearing me out. Appreciate that. It was a bit long-winded, I suppose. Thanks, guys.